approach, please. Got a note about from a juror who needs to respond to their work boss about how long you guys would expect to be on jury duty. We'll know more as the day progresses. I think the state may know more, especially after the end of today or even tomorrow. But like we said before, there's a good chance we maybe finish sometime Thursday. But or not, but we'll know more as the trial progresses, and we get to a point where the state's going to let us know perhaps some more information you can give to your employers as well. Okay, so we'll keep you updated once we get it. All right, gentlemen, our next witness.
Abbott.
Testimony about the is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
What's your name, sir?
It's Detective Alvin Abbott.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Chattanooga Police Department
How long have you been here?
since June 9th of 2017.
You said detective.
Yes, sir.
What is a detective, and which department are you with?
So I currently work in the Violent Crimes Bureau of the Chattanooga Police Department. I'm tasked with investigating homicides, shootings, suspicious deaths, or any other crimes that you police would want us to investigate.
Back on September 28th and of course 29th of 2023, was that your position with CPD?
It was.
At some point, were you called to an incident that occurred near Patton Tower?
I was actually working that night already and heard the call for service come out over the radio and was subsequently contacted by patrol as well about the same incident.
Around what time was that?
That was 23:51 hours, which would be 11:51 p.m.
Did you go to the scene?
Yes, I did.
When did you arrive?
I arrived, I believe, just after midnight, around midnight 20-ish, I believe.
So it's like 12:20?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Detective, what is a secured crime scene?
A secured crime scene would be once patrol has moved any unwanted people out of the scene and secured the crime scene off with crime scene tape, and also are monitoring the crime scene tape to make sure nobody else is going into the scene.
Was this crime scene secured when you arrived?
It was.
And other law enforcement, was other law enforcement on the scene?
Yes, it was patrol officers with the Chattanooga Police Department still on scene.
Describe for the jury what you encountered when you arrived here, please.
So when I arrived, I parked across the street from Pickle Barrel, and I could see the crime scene tape already up, as well as other officers kind of moving around. So I approached from that direction. As I got closer, I noticed the victim laying on the sidewalk. He was in between there's a large metal swing kind of in that area, and he's between that swing and the actual building of Patton Towers.
Did you observe any injuries to the victim?
Yes, once I got a little bit closer to the victim, I observed what appeared to be a gunshot wound to his forehead.
You know, that first encounter, did you observe any other injuries?
Just the only wound that I could see was just to his forehead.
Did you look for shell casings?
Yes, I did.
What are shell casings?
Shell casings or cement cartridge casings are what are left over after a projectile is fired out of the gun. That's what ejects out of the firearm.
You deal with firearms a lot.
I do, yes.
Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic firearm and a revolver?
Yes, I do.
I guess as it pertains to the shell casing.
Yes, correct.
What's the difference there?
In my experience, the semi-automatic firearm is every time you pull the trigger, a round will shoot out of the barrel and it'll eject the shell casing. Revolvers work in a similar manner, however, it doesn't eject the shell casing because most revolvers are described as a wheel, so it just rotates to the next bullet, if you will.
Semi-automatic would extract the shell casing, a revolver would not, generally. Is that fair?
Correct.
If and you never found a shell casing during the scene?
I did not.
Did you ever find a firearm during the scene?
I did not.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir. Free to move on the floor.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, take a look at these. These have already been marked as 3, 4, and 5. Let me know if you can recognize those.
Yes, I recognize all.
What are they?
It depicts the scene as I observed it that night.
Judge, I had these introduced as the next numbered exhibit. It'd be 3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, 5.
They've already been marked. Take a look behind you. I'm going to throw these up there. This is exhibit 3. All right. What do you recognize that as, sir?
That depicts the scene once crime scene arrives. The orange rectangle looking thing is the swing I was mentioning earlier.
This little thing right here?
Yes.
All right.
And we can see the victim laying just to the right of the orange swing. And we also, when I say we, crime scene put up some sheets to try to shield the view from the general public.
What's kind of, if you can look back, if you look at that photograph to the left, is that pickle barrel over here?
Correct. It's not in the actual picture, but that is the general direction of pickle barrel, yes.
Kind of hard to see. You see a little seating area there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But do you also see some stairway here? You see that, Detective?
I do. It's pretty consistent with a small set of stairs and a handrail in the middle.
And then kind of between these two sheets, not a great photograph. Do you see a stairway area right around there?
It does appear to be the same style of staircase in between the last sheet and the one in the middle.
All right. This is exhibit 4. Is this kind of a pan to the right from the previous photograph?
It is.
Of course, this is the victim. That's that same swing, right?
Correct.
There's a little guard. Did you all put that up, or did CPD put that up to your knowledge?
I believe the crime scene. Yes, sir.
And then here, exhibit 5. If you keep on going right, is this a view of the right of the crime scene?
It is.
Crime scene tape, correct?
Correct.
Did you, at any point, did you go into Patton Towers?
Yes, I did.
Tell me, kind of from looking at this, where the entrance to Patton Towers is.
So you can kind of see a police car just behind that tree to the right of the photograph. The sidewalk continues up approximately 15 or so, 15, 20 feet or so, and the entrance to Patton Towers is just there on the left.
Okay. Those three photographs we just looked at, the entrance to Patton Towers is not on this side of that building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. You have to go around the side and get into it.
Correct.
Right. All right. Detective, did you ever get information about what had occurred to the victim that we just saw?
Inside of Patton Towers?
Just in general. Did you know why you were there, that you were there to investigate a shooting?
I did, yes.
Did you ever receive information about a potential suspect?
Yes, I did.
How did you receive that information?
I received a text message from another detective who was watching video cameras in the area, and he sent me a picture of what he believed to be the suspect.
I'm going to hand you something. Take a look at that, then I'll ask you a question about it. Does that meet the description of the individual that you were given that night to locate as a suspect?
It does.
Okay. Judge, I had this introduced as the next numbered exhibit to be 6.
Exhibit 6. So,
All right. Again, exhibit 6. All right. When you were on scene, did you receive this description of an individual to attempt to locate there at Patton Towers?
I did, yes.
What did you do to try and locate this individual?
I started talking to any potential witnesses. There was quite a large crowd in the area outside of the crime scene tape. I also went inside and talked to the front desk worker that worked there.
And without going into what she said, after speaking to that individual, did you identify at least the name of somebody to look for?
Yes, I identified a nickname. The nickname I was given is Too Tall.
Okay. Were you able to identify a potential location to find the individual named Too Tall?
I was, yes.
What was that?
The location was on the 6th floor of Patton Towers, and it was described as the first room to the left off of the elevator.
On the 6th floor?
It was, yes.
And did you, I guess, call attention to that location? What did you do when you found out that apartment number?
At that time, I was still talking with any potential witnesses, so I had some of the patrol officers on scene respond to the 6th floor, and I instructed them to go to the first room to the left off the elevator. When they reached that room, they told me the room number. They told me the room number was 609.
At this point, how long have you been on scene?
Approximately 30 to 45 minutes.
Had you located this individual that's on the screen behind you at that point?
I had not.
When you went to 609, did you locate that individual in apartment 609 when y'all went up there to monitor it?
I did not know.
Did anybody, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
You said you spoke to witnesses. While that apartment was being monitored, who did you speak to?
I was speaking with Mr. Bryant Houston.
Why did you speak to an individual named Bryant Houston?
A patrol officer approached me while I was speaking with the worker at the front desk, who advised me a potential witness had actually witnessed the homicide.
Have you seen the video of the homicide?
I have, yes.
Have you identified whether Bryant Houston is in that video of the homicide?
I have, yes.
Do you recall what he was wearing in the video?
I believe he was wearing a blue shirt.
After speaking with him, did you get any more information about the location of Too Tall or where that individual may live?
Mr. Houston is actually the one that gave me the directions to the room, which is why I sent the patrol officers up there.
Okay, so he gave you that number.
He did, yes.
Did you interview him there on scene?
Yes, I did interview Mr. Houston on scene.
Okay. When you found 609, did you return to the front desk to inquire about who may live there?
Yes, I was still actually standing at the front desk speaking with the front desk worker at that time. And I just asked her who was the registered occupant or registered guest of 609.
And did you get that information?
I did. She informed me that the registered guest or registered occupant of 609 was Darryl Roberts.
Anybody else? Did you speak with anyone else? Any other potential witnesses?
I did, yes.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke to 2 females who the patrol officers that sit upstairs. They observed these 2 females exiting room or apartment 609.
Yeah. What were their names?
The first one I spoke to was Miss Tiffany Hawkins, and the other one I spoke to was Miss Sonia Jones.
Judge, may we have prosecution laptop? Sir. Detective, I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 2. Yeah, Exhibit 2. And I'm going to ask you some questions. Who is that?
That's Miss Tiffany Hawkins.
Okay. Is that an individual that you interviewed because she was exiting Mr. Roberts' apartment?
It is, yes.
Okay. When you spoke with, actually, can you play the third floor, play the remainder of this and go into the third floor? Detective, if you could just take a look at this, I'll have some questions for you. While you're looking at that, at the time that you were interviewing these witnesses, had you seen this video?
I had not.
Detective, do you see the door open at floor 3?
I do, yes.
I'm going to fast forward through here and just expect the scene, Detective. You see her there again?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You located her, CPD located her coming out of 609, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And then you personally interviewed her thereafter, is that right?
I did, yes.
After interviewing her, without seeing this video, did you have any reason to go look on the 3rd floor or look at her apartment?
I did not.
Did you gain any information about her going to the 3rd floor from Mr. Roberts' room?
I did not.
Did you even know that she ever went to the 3rd floor?
I did not.
Without getting into any of her responses, when you're investigating things, are you asking people for all the information that they have?
I am, yes.
Is that what you did that night?
It is, yes.
You mentioned something else. You mentioned that you spoke to a Sonia Jones.
I did.
After you spoke with her, was your attention drawn to any particular phone number?
It was, yes.
Do you recall that phone number at all?
It's 423 896 1173, I believe.
Let me see. Did you put it in your report?
I did, yes.
Okay. If you saw it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this. Please don't read it for the jury. Just read it to yourself, and then I'll re-ask the question. All right. Now, was your attention drawn to any particular phone number?
It was 423 598 1173.
Why was your attention drawn to that phone number?
That phone number was listed as Bay, Miss Tiffany Hawkins' cell phone.
Did you observe any communications?
I did, yes.
Detective, based upon your knowledge of this and your time on scene, at any point in time, did you all locate a firearm there when you were at the Patent Towers?
We did not.
And based upon the time that you were there and the knowledge that you have, was Mr. Roberts' apartment searched by the Chattanooga Police Department?
It was, yes.
You've seen the video, right? Of the shooting, yes, sir.
Yes, I have.
To the best of your knowledge, and when you were on scene, were those clothes that he was wearing ever located inside of his apartment?
They were not.
Judge, may I have a second?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Oh, yes, sir. Feel free to run the court.
Detective Abbott, how long, you've been on the police force, am I saying 8 years approximately?
Approximately,
That sound
yes.
right? Okay. And have you been to Patent Towers before?
Yes, I have.
More than one occasion?
Yes, more than one occasion, yes.
Dealt with people, tenants who live there?
I have, yes.
Did you find that most of those tenants are middle-aged people?
I couldn't give you an exact age range. They kind of have all kinds of age ranges.
All kinds of people?
Yes,
All
sir.
ages?
Yes, sir.
Some older, some younger,
Yes,
some middle-aged,
yes,
some with disabilities,
yes.
mostly all low income.
I couldn't speculate to that, but I'm not sure what the rent is at Patent Towers.
Do you know what Patent Tower, what kind of building Patent Towers is? Other than an apartment building?
It's an apartment building to me.
And from your experience, it's mostly people who are, I'm asking the question, are low income and people with disabilities.
Again, I couldn't speculate to their income level, but yes, there are people with disabilities that live there.
May I approach Ryan?
Yes, sir. Feel free to run the court. question. So I'll hold this for when the attorneys are finished, if they may answer that question. Okay.
And Detective Abbott, along with the people some of the people who live there have different reasons for being there. Some, in your interaction with them, you've noticed that some people have mental illnesses. Any other video in this case, any other videos that you run across have any sound in this case? Any audio?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Didn't hear of any?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Small, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
During testimony, you had mentioned that you were talking to another officer who was looking at a video in real time. You know what video that was?
I don't know exactly which video he was looking at, but another detective was watching video, yes.
And what detective was that?
It's Detective Crawford.
Detective Crawford?
Yes, sir.
Did he explain what was in that video to you?
He just sent me a still picture via text message.
And what was the still picture of?
It was of a black male wearing a red long sleeve shirt, what appeared to be pajama pants and red slippers.
Red slippers? Was that similar to the exhibit we saw earlier in the front, Your Honor? So exhibit number 6. Gentleman wearing red pajamas, pajama pants, and slippers.
Appears to be red slippers.
And that's the photo that you saw in real time.
That's the photo I was sent, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Detective, when you're interviewing these individuals on scene, at any point did you begin investigating this case as if a racial slur was said?
No, I did not.
Is that based upon your interview of individuals that were on scene?
Yes, and partly I don't put any type of race or anything like that into any investigation unless that's where the facts lead. And I had no fact to lead me in that direction at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Ross?
No further questions, Ryan.
All right. Jury, have any additional questions for this witness? Council Brooks? Take that. The jury has a few questions. I'm going to ask them if you could face the jury and answer them, please. Okay. To your knowledge, did any officer ever search Ms. Tiffany Hawkins' room?
To my knowledge, no.
Why not?
At that time, we had no indication that it was involved in any way, as she was observed exiting apartment 609.
And I think I know the answer to the last point. Is that standard procedure?
Yes, we have to have a reason to believe she was in her specific apartment, and we did not at that time.
You need to redirect based on what the jury asked.
Yes, Judge. When you spoke to Tiffany Hawkins, did you ask her what she did that night?
Yes, I did.
Did she tell you that she took a bag from Darryl Roberts' room to her room on the third floor?
She did not.
approach, sir?
Yes.
Detective, did Tiffany Hawkins tell you that she left Darryl Roberts' room with a bag and went into her room on the 3rd floor?
She did not.
Did you have that information at the time you interviewed
No, I did not.
her? To your knowledge, did you receive this interior footage that night?
To my knowledge, no.
So while you're unseen, you did not have this interior footage to reference against statements made by anyone unseen. Is that fair?
That's true. I did not have this that night.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You recross. Sure you have any additional questions for Investigator Abbott? Investigator, please step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Lewis.
Vehicle Britton Brandley.
Raise your hand. Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Britton Hall Brantley. My last name is Brantley.
Now, sir, do you have a nickname that you used to go by?
My friends and family call me Ian.
So to the extent that I might slip up and call you Ian, that is synonymous with Britton.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
Sir, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do for a living?
I work in public health. Right now I work for a company that provides clinical services inside correctional facilities. I did my master's and PhD in public health, and so I oversee clinical operations teams.
Is that here locally in Tennessee?
Our headquarters are in Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah.
Do you work here in Tennessee or specifically in Chattanooga?
I do not know.
Were you residing in the Chattanooga area in September of 2023?
I was not.
What brought you to Chattanooga?
I was here to celebrate my 20th high school reunion.
Where'd you go to high school, sir?
Baylor School.
While you were in town, did you hang out with any of your old friends?
I did. Yeah.
Specifically, could you tell us who they were?
Well, I specifically was with Chris Ray, Vulture Hannis, Chad Phillips, and several other people through kind of different events.
Let's talk about Chris Wright for a little bit. When did you first meet him?
I first met him as a freshman when I showed up to the first day of preseason football practice at Baylor.
Did Chris also play football?
He did, yeah.
What position did he play?
Seemed to play everything, but he was a defensive back.
Did you become friends with him at that time?
Immediately, no, but over the course of the season and throughout the year, yes.
So did you graduate in 4 years?
I did, yes.
Did Chris also graduate in 4 years?
He did, yeah.
Did you maintain contact with Chris after graduation from high school?
I did.
Tell us a little bit about Chris. Who he is as a person. He's married?
Yeah, he's married with 3 children. Chris was my best friend. He's the kind of guy you aspire to be. He just kind of made the moments just more enjoyable for everybody around.
So when you came back to Chattanooga for your graduation reunion, was Chris the first person that you looked up?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I came back because of Chris. I've left the area for many years for work, for travel. My family's moved away from here. I don't really have a lot of anchor to the city, and he was the reason to come back and see him and other friends.
What did y'all do September the 28th, 2023?
Is that Thursday, the 28th?
Yes.
Okay. So Thursday morning, we played in a school-sponsored golf outing. Spent most of the morning there. We had lunch and left from the golf outing, and then went back down to drop everything off and say goodbye to a couple other people. And then he and I proceeded to leave our stuff in his car and walked across the street and went and grabbed some snacks and a couple of beers.
You mentioned he left his car. Where did he leave his car?
So I believe it's I apologize the street name, but it was across from Clyde's bar. I think it was in front of a restaurant called Feed or Seed or.
Is it the Clyde's on Main?
Yeah, Main Street. Yeah.
Okay. So you parked, or I'm sorry, Chris parked his car down near Clyde's, near Feed.
Mhm.
And why did y'all park your car there?
He had left his car there. We all rode together up the mountain to play golf. So his car was already parked there from the morning, and I was staying downtown to by. We dropped my stuff off first, went back and dropped his stuff off at his car afterwards.
And after you went back to the car, what were the evening plans? You mentioned a couple beers.
We didn't have any like set plans, to be honest with you. He had been coordinating a pretty big weekend for a lot of us, and we knew most people were rolling in the next day, but we didn't have any kind of set schedule.
When you say he was coordinating a lot for the weekend, did he play a role in the reunion?
Yeah. My understanding is he helped coordinate a lot of the school-sponsored activities.
At some point, did he come up with an idea for how y'all would spend your evening?
He did definitely come up with our next step, which was we went to a comedy show.
Are you excited about that?
I was not particularly excited about that. I wasn't really looking forward to that comedian. No offense to the comedian, but I just wasn't really particularly interested.
Did you go anyways?
We did, yeah.
Why would you go to see a comedian with Chris? Somebody that you don't even like the comedian?
Yeah. He asked me if I thought this comedian was funny. I said no, and he laughed and said, well, we're just going to have to find out because I just bought us tickets. So we went from there.
Where was that?
Was it the Comedy Catch?
Do they serve alcohol at the Comedy Catch?
They do, yeah.
Are you drinking?
Yes,
Was Chris Wright drinking?
yes.
So after the Comedy Catch, what was the plan then?
Again, there really wasn't a plan. We had kind of looked to just continue hanging out.
What time would you estimate that the comedy show ended?
My guess is sometime around after 9.
So where did you go after 9 o'clock?
So I recall that we walked from there to Jack Brown's bar.
Do you know where that's located?
I know it's in the old Yesterdays. It's right near Miller Plaza.
Okay. How long of a walk was it from the comedy club to Jack Brown's?
Time-wise, I don't recall.
Just a matter of minutes, 30 minutes,
Oh,
an hour?
probably about 30 minutes, yeah.
So it's a somewhat lengthy walk for the two of y'all?
Yeah.
Did you have any trouble finding your way to Jack Brown's, the old Yesterdays?
No, I mean, we walked in that neighborhood, it's plenty of time. We walked right down the central street there. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the names, but
Is it close to any other landmarks besides Miller Plaza?
it's right beside the Loveman's apartment buildings where my parents used to have a unit.
How close is Jack Brown's to Patton Towers?
I would guess half a mile.
So fairly close.
Yeah.
What happened when you got to Jack Brown's?
We went inside and had a couple drinks.
Did you? How long did you stay at Jack Brown's?
I would say a little over an hour.
After you were at Jack Brown's, did you go anywhere else?
We did. We walked across the street to Cherry Street Tavern.
Consuming alcohol there as well?
Yes.
How many drinks would you estimate that you had?
I don't recall.
Do you know how many drinks Chris Wright had?
I don't recall.
How long would you estimate that you stayed at Cherry Street Tavern?
Probably about another hour.
So about what time of day would you estimate that you left the Cherry Street Tavern?
I mean, I would say sometime after 11. If I'm just trying to remember. Yeah.
It's fine. So sometime after 11, you estimate you left Cherry Street, and where did you go next?
We went back to Jack Brown's.
Did you have any more drinks at Jack Brown's?
I believe I had one. Yeah.
How long would you estimate that you stayed at Jack Brown's?
Not very long.
Why not very long?
We were supposed to play golf again the next morning. I kind of made a commitment to myself to be in bed before midnight. And so that's how I remember generally around that time that I was trying to get back to the hotel.
What time do you think you left Jack Brown's?
Sometime around 11:30.
How did you get back to your hotel? Where were you staying?
I was staying in the Moxie Hotel, right behind the St. John's restaurant, and I walked.
In order to get to the Moxie Hotel by St. John's, did you have to walk past Patton Towers?
I believe so, yeah.
So I'm going to show you something. Okay, give me just a second. So this has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2 specifically. This is the exterior. Yes, sir. I'm going to draw your attention specifically up here to the top right corner. For the record, this is 234849, Judge, on PT 165, George Avenue. Sir, do you recognize the individual that we see wearing the blue shirt and light-colored shorts?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Chris Ray.
Was Chris still at Jack Brown's? Yeah, you can turn around, sir. Was Chris still at Jack Brown's when you left?
Yes,
Would you have any way of knowing how long he stayed, based on your own independent knowledge?
I got a couple missed phone calls from him, but I don't know when he left.
Do you know the approximate time that you got those missed phone calls?
Around 11:40.
Did you pick up?
I did not know.
Why not?
I was on my way to bed.
When did you first learn that Chris had been shot?
I received a phone call from his wife around 5 in the morning.
Did you have any more communications with Chris Wright after you last saw him at Jack Brown's?
I did not.
Okay, a moment.
Sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Mr. Bradley, my name is Mike Little. I'm going to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Okay.
So on September the 28th, 2023, you testified that you and Mr. Wright played golf. Okay, where did you play golf at?
I believe it's called Macklemore course.
Okay, do you know where that was located?
On the back Lookout Mountain.
Back at the ground. And what time did you start the golf game?
Around 8 in the morning.
Okay, did you play 18 holes?
We did.
Okay, any more?
Yeah, actually, we played a couple rounds around there. It's called the short course.
Okay. And you mentioned a couple of names. Were those people that were with? Did they play with you too?
They did, yes.
Did you travel with Mr. Wright during the? Did you play with him as a foursome when you travel all around the 18 holes and plus more?
We did, and
Okay.
he also played with other people around the short course after we finished our 18 holes.
And what time did it start? I'm sorry.
Around 8 in the morning.
About 8. And what time do you think you left back to more?
I think it was around 4, a little after 4.
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Okay, so it was a whole day event. Okay. Was alcohol served during this event?
It was.
Okay, and did Mr. Wright drink alcohol that day?
Yes.
Okay, when I say alcohol, was it liquor or was it beer?
We had beer.
Beer? Was there any alcohol
Uh,
other than beer?
there was alcohol, so yeah.
Okay. Did Mr. Wright drink alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. So you drink alcohol and beer?
yes,
And you, Mr. Bradley, did you drink alcohol and beer?
I did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many? I know you had been asked this question about another spot. Do you know how much you had to drink there at the golf course?
Approximately 3 drinks.
Do you know how much Mr. Wright had to drink at the golf course?
3 drinks.
Okay. Did you all order those together?
We did.
Okay. How many beers?
2 beers.
And then one liquor.
Yes.
Okay. You remember what the liquor was?
I believe it was tequila.
Okay. And do you remember what the beer was?
I do not remember that.
Was it, you know, if it was a higher grade beer?
No, it would have been a Miller Lite or
Okay.
Coors Light.
Now, your testimony today is that that you were at Clyde's sometime after 4.
Yeah, after 4.
Okay, and then the comic catch started around 7.
Mhm.
Okay, the show, did you make it on time for the start of the show?
We entered after the opener started.
Okay. Do you know what time that was?
Exactly
Would it be after 7?
after 7.
And comic catch, is it located at Chattanooga Choo-Choo
Yes.
at the time, at that time?
Yes.
So when you and Mr. Wright were at Clyde's, was anybody else with you at Clyde's?
No.
No. Okay. When you left Clyde's, did anybody leave with you?
No.
Okay. And you said, so you were at Clyde's approximately 3 hours?
Approximately.
Okay. And during those 3 hours, you had a couple of beers?
Mhm.
Okay, that means 2?
Well, no, more than 2.
Okay, so a couple of beers is just a saying that we all say, right? We went
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
we went a couple of beers.
So technically, a few or more. Yeah.
Okay, how many do you think you had, Clyde's?
I don't recall the number there.
More than 3?
Yeah, more than 3.
More than 4?
Probably more than 4.
Probably more than 4? More than 5?
I would be hard pressed to think more than 5.
And you and Mr. Wright left Clyde's and walked straight to the comic catch.
Correct.
Okay. And did anybody join you on the way to the comic catch?
I don't recall
Okay.
anybody joining us.
Okay. And so you got to the comic catch, it's just you and Mr. Wright?
Correct.
Correct. And you went in after the opener and said, well, what was the name of the comedian? Do you remember his name?
The main act,
Yes.
Carlos Mencia.
And did you stay for all of it?
We did.
Okay. And how long did that last?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Was it more than 2 hours?
Yeah,
It was more than 2 hours?
yeah,
All right. And you stated that there at the comedy catch, you also had alcohol.
correct.
Was it in the form of beer or liquor?
Liquor,
Liquor?
Yes.
And what was it? Tequila?
I know it's, I believe it was bourbon and ginger.
Bourbon and ginger?
Yeah.
The ginger ale?
Ginger ale,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And did Mr. Wright also have alcohol?
Yes,
Liquor?
yes.
Did he have beer? Did he have beer there as well?
I don't remember any.
Did you have any beer at the comedy catch?
No, I don't remember.
All right. And so after the show was over, you left the comedy catch, you and Mr. Wright. Did anybody, was it just 2 of you left by yourself?
Just 2 of us.
Okay. And from there you walked, that's straight, but the next place you stopped at was Jack Brown's Bar.
Correct.
And so did anybody join you on your walk from there to Jack Brown's?
During the walk, no.
Yes. Okay. And so when you arrived at Jack Brown's Bar,
Mhm.
and when you went in Jack Brown's Bar, it was you and Mr. Wright,
Yeah,
correct?
correct.
And a female was with you.
Yep, correct.
Okay. Did she join you at the door outside of Jack Brown's?
That's my recollection, yes.
That's your recollection?
Yeah.
Were you introduced to her
Prior to that,
at any time?
at the door, yes.
At the door? Okay. Was that somebody that Mr. Wright recognized?
Don't recall that.
Okay. But did he introduce you to her?
No, we introduced ourselves to each other.
Okay. What was her name?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. And so and now there's 3 of you. You walk into Jack Brown's Bar. Now, do you remember going into Jack Brown's Bar, going up to the counter, and not ordering anything? on the first trip to Jack Brown's bar?
That's possible, yeah.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you didn't order anything the first time you went to Jack Brown's bar.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't recall those exactly.
Okay, well, earlier in your direct testimony, you said that you went and had, I think, a couple of beers, what you said. Ordered a couple of beers?
That's my memory, yes.
Okay. Are you positive about that?
I'm positive about that.
Yes.
No, I'm not positive about the number of years.
Okay. What did you drink there at Jack Brown's at any time during the night? What, it was a beer or alcohol?
At any time of the night,
Yes.
I would guess a beer.
Yes?
Yeah.
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. When you went to Jack Brown's bar, you went in, were you ordering liquor? Did you try and order liquor at Jack Brown's bar the first time you went in?
I don't remember doing that.
Did Mr. Wright do that?
I don't remember whether or not he did.
Okay. Did you find out that they didn't serve liquor there?
I don't remember that.
Okay. All right. And so after a few minutes being at Jack Brown's, you left.
Mhm.
All right. Without ordering anything at Jack Brown's bar.
Okay.
But I'm asking you, do you remember
Well,
that?
I don't recall exactly what
Okay.
I was drinking.
All right. So then you walked to the Cherry Street Tavern.
Yes.
You and Mr. Wright and the unknown female.
Yes.
Okay. What direction did you go? How did you get there?
I believe we crossed through the parking lot as we crossed the street.
Okay. All right. And they went to, and you remember it being called Cherry Street Tavern.
Yes, that's what I remember.
There, did you order alcohol?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you drinking liquor or was it beer?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Did Mr. Wright drink beer or alcohol there?
I don't recall specifically, but
Okay. Who paid for the drinks at Tavern, Cherry Street Tavern?
I don't recall.
Okay. On your way from Chattanooga, the Comedy Caps, and to Jack Brown's, did you stop at the Moxie?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you walk up to that street that's behind you, that sidewalk, when you were on the way to Jack Brown's?
I don't recall exactly. I
Okay.
walked to Jack Brown's.
You know that Mr. Wright's office was there close by Jack Brown's
Yes.
in the volunteer building?
Volunteer.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
So, do you remember telling police? So when you went back after you finished Cherry Street, the three of you were through at the Cherry Street Tavern. The three of you went back to Jack Brown's bar. And I said you, Mr. Wright, and the unknown female. Is
Yes.
that correct? And went inside and sit down at the bar.
Yes.
All three of you.
Yes.
Okay. And did you order drinks?
Yes.
And the bartender brought you out 2 small Miller Ponies. Do you remember that?
I don't specifically, but
You don't remember that?
I remember beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't remember what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by police right after this?
Yes.
And do you remember telling police that you left Mr. Wright at Cherry Street Tavern?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
I do remember saying
Okay,
that.
that was incorrect. Is that correct?
Yes, that was
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
And do you remember telling the police that in that report that you Mr. Wright seemed to recognize this female?
I remember him recognizing people that we were out with. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you told police that you referred to that person as a person?
That I referred to that person as a person.
Yes, you referred to the female as a person. You didn't tell police that it was a female. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that specifically.
And do you remember telling police that when this encounter happened with this other person, that you told police that Mr. Wright seemed to recognize him. You remember saying those words?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Brantley, I realize that Mr. Wright's a close friend of yours, and I have to ask you these questions. You said that on your direct testimony today that you noticed that Mr. Wright called you, but you didn't answer. That was your testimony earlier.
Correct, yeah.
You remember telling police that your phone died and you plugged it in around 5 o'clock and then it showed he called you 3 times?
Yes,
You were telling police that?
yes.
So that was incorrect?
No, my recollection is that I saw the missed calls when I woke up.
Okay. But you're telling us today that you didn't answer the phone call. You saw him calling, you didn't answer.
No, I didn't see the phone call.
You did
I
not-
saw the missed calls.
You saw the missed calls?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, you didn't testify earlier that he called and you didn't answer.
He called and I didn't answer.
Correct.
I mean, technically, I didn't answer.
Right. Okay.
So,
But you didn't know he called you until you plugged your phone up the following morning.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
yes.
Then you walked back to the Moxie Hotel?
Which time?
I'm sorry. When you left Mr. Wright when you left Mr. Wright and the unknown female at Jack Brown's?
Correct.
Okay.
I walked back.
Do you remember how did you walk down that street? It's
I
behind
don't
you?
remember my exact.
You don't remember?
No.
On those 3 calls, did Mr. Wright leave you a message? Voice message.
I don't believe he did.
You don't believe he did?
Yeah.
Would you not remember that if he left you a message?
I mean, I probably would remember that,
Okay.
but I can't definitively say he did not right now. 'Cause I'm not looking at my phone. I don't remember a message.
When did you find out that Mr. Wright had been shot?
The morning when his wife called me.
And you can't remember if he left you a message, a voice message.
I don't recall the message. No.
And I've asked you some specific questions, Mr. Brown, and you said I don't recall a lot. And I know it's been 2 years ago. Is it mainly because you had a lot to drink that night on the 28th?
I would say it's also because it's 2 years ago.
Do you think the drinking may have helped that as well?
With the drinking
We're not
possibly impair my
recalling.
memory? Yes.
Yeah. I mean, for example, you don't remember which way you walked home or back to the hotel that night.
Yeah, I can definitively tell you that a lot about this event has made it really hard to remember,
Yes.
for sure. So I did not process the details of that night as I was mourning the loss of my best friend the next morning.
Right.
So my memory is a little hazy.
How much did you have to drink on the 28th of September?
Like I said, I don't really count.
Okay. More than 10?
More than 10 drinks
Yes.
throughout the whole day? Yes.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Sorry, Greg.
Jury, have any questions, for Mr. Brown? Thank you, Mr. Brown. for your testimony. General Guard, next witness.
Brian Houston, Judge.
Sound sir from the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's correct.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brian Houston.
Sir, where do you live?
I live in Patton Towers.
Where is that located? Seems petty to ask, but
It's on 11th Street, off of Market Street, next to the Pickle Barrel.
are there any other landmarks nearby besides the Pickle Barrel?
You got the Indian building, you got the park, another park. You got all kinds of stuff around.
So kind of the place that people frequent a lot,
That's correct.
especially if they come to visit.
That's correct.
Bars nearby.
That's correct.
Is that where they hold nightfall? That general
Miller
area?
Park.
Miller Park?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you up on the screen behind you. Okay. I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this area?
Correct.
Is this the exterior of Patton Towers where you live?
That's correct.
How long have you lived at Patton Towers, sir?
October will make 3 years. This
What-
year.
Where did you live prior to Patton Towers?
I was homeless.
Homeless?
Yes, sir.
Prior to being homeless, sir, and I hate to ask, but I have to, did you do a stint in the Department of Corrections?
That's correct.
Is that for vehicular homicide and assault?
Correct.
Did you also, prior to that, in 2002, have a prior burglary and theft?
That's correct.
Drawing your attention back to the screen, the individual that we see right here standing next to the lamp in the blue, who is that?
It's me. Brian Houston.
Brian Houston. What about this individual with the red and what appears to be a backpack or hat?
Look like Chris. Chris, you live in the same building.
What about the individual that we see over next to the arrow with the red and kind of darker colored pants?
Mr. Roberts.
Do you know Mr. Roberts?
That's correct.
Do you know his nickname? Or does he have one?
It's too tall.
Does everyone call him Too Tall?
That's correct.
How long have you known Darryl Roberts?
Long, since I was about 14, 15 years old.
Would you describe yourself as friends?
Brothers. The young friends, that's my brother.
Do you know what apartment he lives in?
That's correct.
What apartment does he live in?
It was 601, I think. I mean, 608, I think.
Was it on, what floor was it on?
6th floor,
Where was it in relation to the elevator?
right off the elevator.
Sir, I'm going to show you another video. Have a moment, Judge. Sorry. Sir, do you recognize the individual who's just appeared inside the door frame with the exit sign?
Correct.
Who is that person?
That's Mr. Roberts.
Do you see the area that he's emerging from?
Yeah, I see the area.
Specifically, you see how he comes out of a room?
Yes, sir, I see how you come out the room.
Is that his apartment on the 6th floor?
I mean, way, if that's, I guess so. I mean,
Okay.
if it's the accurate flow, y'all.
Okay. So let me ask you this, we'll go forward.
It's-
See Mr. Roberts walk up to the elevators?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see the number next to the elevator?
Yes, sir, I see 6.
Would that be consistent with it being the 6th floor?
That's correct.
And given the layout of the direction that Mr. Roberts just came from and the room that you saw him walk out of, would that be his apartment on the 6th floor of Patton Towers?
That's correct.
How often, back in September of 2023, did you and Mr. Roberts hang out, spend time with each other?
I mean, well, he worked, he had a job, I don't have work, so maybe when he get out of work, we do what we do, our normal routine, and he go his way, I go my way.
Sure. So I'd like to talk with you a little bit about your normal routine. Is this what we're seeing on the screen? It looks like 23, 47, 47 with you, Chris, and Darryl Roberts.
Normally, Chris, we didn't mess with him like that. I mean,
Sure. So it was normal.
we just happen to be right there that day.
So normally it's just you and Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir. We do about 10, 15 minutes, we gone.
Okay, 10 or 15 minutes just sitting there. And I'll go forward some more.
Boy, smoke us a joint, have us a drink in the cup, and we gone.
So when you say your normal routine, is this where y'all normally would spend time with each other, hang out?
I mean, for us being outside
Sure.
for a second, but we
Sure.
have our own places. Sure. We dwell at too.
Right. But was it a routine practice and habit for you to shoot the breeze outside in the evening? Talk it up.
Sure,
I think previously you've called it chop it up.
that's correct.
Does that mean just kind of talk, hang out, relax, get ready for bed?
Yes, sir.
Taking you back to September the 28th of 2023, do you recall the events that took place on that day?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, I'm drawing your attention now to PT 165. You see the individual who's just entered the screen wearing a dark colored shirt and white shorts.
Yes, sir.
What first drew your attention to this individual?
Well, when he was beside me, I didn't even see him walk past me. Me and Tall was talking, then this day, I just seen him beside me. And I told him, who are you? Get the F away from me.
Sure. So you didn't pay any attention to the individual?
I couldn't see him. I didn't see him walk past because the way we were sitting, I just didn't see him, But once I turned around to my left, I seen somebody hovering over me, like, and I just don't do what I normally do. Tell them to keep it moving.
Sure.
Simple as that.
So I just saw your right hand kind of make a flicking movement. Would that be indicative of the first time that you noticed Mr. Chris Wright?
Sure. I mean, right.
Sir, had you been drinking that day?
Sure.
How much would you estimate that you had to drink that day?
I was coherent to what was going on around me. I might have had a little buzz, but not a buzz where I didn't know what was going on. I'd say that.
Sure, would that buzz have affected your ability to recall what happened that evening?
Probably some of the stuff, could have. But, me telling him to get on out of my face was what I was on that day. Till he cleared me, that's all I was on, get out of my face. And, I struggle with mental health and anxiety, so throughout the process, me telling him to get on, I tuned everything out till I calmed myself down and get myself back to where I need to be.
Sure, and when this individual wearing the blue shorts and the light colored shorts walked up and you noticed him, it surprised you.
Correct.
And that's why you told him to move on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To your recollection, you can turn around, sir. To your recollection, had you seen that person before?
No, sir.
Did you ever interacted with him while you and Darryl Roberts were chopping it up on prior evenings?
No, sir.
Did you notice anything about his, how he was acting, the guy in the blue, when he walked up?
I can tell you, he had a little few drinks, and and a little briskness towards him. So that kind of, I kind of just was like, man, get on out of my face, please.
And did he leave when you asked him to leave?
No, sir.
At some point, did he hold his hand out to you and Mr. Roberts?
I can't remember that. I can't remember. I was just making sure this man get out of my face and get on. He ain't the only first person I told around to get out of my face. Because it'd be a lot of. It's an area where there's a lot of homelessness and a lot of riffraff going on around us. So at the same time, it was just a typical normal day for me to tell somebody get on out of my face.
Gotcha.
For things can get on, man. I'm traumatized. I've been through a lot of my life. Somebody just busting up on my face. So.
Sir, I'm going to have you turn around. And this is what you just described. The gentleman in the blue shirt and the white shorts just getting up in your business. You see him extending his right arm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I see some motioning with your hand and Mr. Roberts' hand. Is that consistent with you telling that individual in the blue shirt to leave,
That's correct.
to keep walking?
That's correct.
Was the gentleman in the blue shirt and the white shorts saying anything to you?
If he could have, but I wasn't hearing none of that. I was doing the talking. We telling him to get on. I just was telling him to get until he got out my face. It was what I was saying. I didn't hear nothing. He could have been possibly talking. I just over talked him.
Sure. Sir, do you recall you and Mr. Darryl Roberts being called a racial slur while he had his hand out?
I didn't hear that. I can't say I heard that. I was doing the talking and I didn't hear nothing.
Sure.
That's all I can say on that.
Sir, if somebody had used the N-word, would that have been extremely shocking to you?
Yeah.
Would that have stuck out in your mind?
I mean, of course.
And you don't recall that ever being said?
I can't recall it being said.
Do you recall the Chris Wright, person in the blue, making any sort of threats towards you or Mr. Darryl Roberts?
Once again, I tunnel vision and everything what was going on, but I was in control of telling him to get out of my face. I didn't hear that. That just at that time, that's what happened. And, that's what I was on.
At any point during the time that you and Chris Wright were interacting there at that staircase, do you recall Chris saying any derogatory terms?
I was over talking. Once again, I was talking. I didn't, when being confronted with me, I ain't hearing that what nobody saying. It's get on, get out my face, because I've been through too many events to be letting somebody, going back and forth. Just get out my face, man. It was me doing more to get on, man.
How about racial slurs? Do you recall him
I
saying
can't
that?
recall.
Do you recall any name calling?
I can't recall.
Would any of those three things I just mentioned be surprising to hear?
Yeah, they'll be surprised. I mean,
Shock your conscience?
yeah, it would have shocked my conscience for sure.
Been exceedingly offensive?
Sure.
The type of things that would stand out in your mind?
I mean, it would have if I would have been listening to that. I mean, but I was on my own mind frame of telling him to get out of my face at that moment. That's what I was on. I mean, I didn't hear nothing else, sir. I just didn't hear you.
Do you recall being asked before about the use of racial slurs by?
I think so. I think somebody going to preliminary hearing.
Before the preliminary hearing, sir?
I just can't recall, man.
Would hearing your prior statement help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I got a moment, John. So I'm going to hand you these headsets. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection about being asked if any racial slurs were used?
Right.
Sir, the answer is no, no, no.
That's correct.
Isn't it true, sir, that you were asked, was the man saying any kind of threats? You recall what your answer was to that question?
I can't recall.
Okay. Same thing. Does that help refresh your recollection?
That's correct.
So let me ask again, was the man saying any kind of threats?
I can't recall no place.
Racial slurs?
No,
The man said nothing. Isn't that right?
that's what I said.
Nothing?
At that moment in time, that's what I said.
At that moment in time?
I mean, I was going off talking, I didn't hear him. I didn't hear nothing.
So, sir, were there any racial slurs used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Which basis?
He's asked the question 4 times. He's answered it 4 times. I don't recall. I wasn't listening to the man.
Thank you.
Did Christopher Wright have a gun in his hand?
No,
A knife?
no,
Did he say he was going to hurt Darryl Roberts with physical violence?
once again, I was doing the talking, I didn't hear nothing the man said. I was telling him to get out of my face. That was the moral to my story. Get out of my face.
And in fact, Chris Wright did get out of your face, didn't he?
Eventually he did.
He walked away.
Correct.
And after he walked away, did you hear Mr. Christopher Wright make any threats of physical violence to you or Darryl Roberts?
Once again, I didn't hear nothing. I was regrouping my thoughts and my brain because of this was taking place. It's not easy for me to bounce back from people, from confrontations with people. So I have to, get myself together. But I didn't hear nothing said, but I just didn't hear nothing.
Keep watching, sir. Sir, we've seen Mr. Darryl Roberts get up off the stairs, and we observed you react. Previously, sir, you'd agree you were leaned back against the stairs,
Correct.
kind of just relaxed,
Correct.
not excited. But when Mr. Roberts got up, you leaned forward.
Correct.
Is that because you were surprised?
Sure. I mean, yes.
Check the leading, Your Honor.
I asked if it was because he was surprised. It's not a leading question. Leading would be,
Need to let the witness answer the questions he just words with.
yes, sir.
Just thank you for this one.
Before Darryl Roberts got up and started walking towards Chris Wright, was Darryl saying anything?
No, sir.
So is it your testimony that he just got up and walked towards Chris?
I mean, the video speaks for itself. The
Could
video speaks for itself.
you hear Chris Wright saying anything to Darryl Roberts as Darryl Roberts walked towards him?
Just seeing this video now, obviously he said something. He said something that was, I didn't hear it, but he said something. But the video speaks for itself.
Sir, you recall testifying previously at the preliminary hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, sir, that you were asked, could you hear the individual in the blue shirt and the white shorts saying anything towards you or Mr. Roberts?
I just answered it, right?
You recall being asked that question at the prelim?
Yes, I will call it.
Was not your answer no, sir?
Yes, sir. No, sir. But this video clearly said, so he said something that made their actions, whatever, go their way. So,
And then you were asked, would that have stuck out in your mind? Do you recall your answer to that question?
I will call it.
And on a day you were sworn to tell the truth, do you recall what your answer was to that question? Would that have stuck out in your mind?
I said, no, he didn't say that.
So on the day you were sworn to tell the truth, he did not say anything. Is that correct?
I was saying everything. That's why I didn't hear him saying nothing, because I was doing the talking.
You're talking
Get
after.
out of my face. That's what I was saying. I didn't hear nothing, sir. I didn't hear nothing. I was doing all the talking.
What happened when Too Tall approached the man in order?
The video show what happened. The video speak for itself. I'm traumatized just as well as everybody else behind this. You know, it was not a good situation for nobody in this position.
Mr. Houston, you need to do your best to answer the question, okay?
All right, it's just waking up from old emotions, man, you know. That
You can answer at your own pace, but you do need to answer the question, okay?
What happened when Darryl Roberts approached Christopher Wright?
got shot.
When you say he got shot, you mean
The
Darryl
man got
Roberts shot?
Right there shot.
You see the person who did the shooting in the courtroom here today.
Yes.
Would you please describe what he's wearing and point in his general direction for the jury?
Mr. Roberts.
Seated at council table?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After Darryl Roberts shot Chris Wright, what did Mr. Roberts do?
He walked off.
Before he walked off, did he pick up his drink?
I think so. I can't recall. My mind was.
Ejaculating.
Overruled at this point, Mr. Houston, there's some tissue there if you need it. If you need a glass of water, we'll get you one too.
What did Mr. Roberts do with the drink when he passed Chris Wright, who was laying on the pavement?
He got his drink and left.
What did you do after Mr. Darryl Roberts left the area?
I was just it was days. What just happened?
Where did you go?
Right on the side. Paint towels on the 11th Street side and just sit there, me and Chris. We didn't go nowhere. I told him don't go nowhere.
Mr. Christopher Brunette, is that who you're talking about?
That's correct.
Said don't go anywhere.
General, can the jury hear the testimony? Okay?
Yes, I told him don't go nowhere.
Tell the police what happened.
Eventually they came and pulled me out and said, we need to talk to you. And everything went from there.
You were interviewed by the police.
Yes.
Were you asked to identify Mr. Darryl Roberts?
I can't remember at the time.
It was using a cup of water. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's Exhibit 7. That's your signature. This is on a photo lineup that you were administered.
That Amaco,
Yes, sir.
I don't remember none of that time, even being down there, but I didn't know about that. I was feeling, that's my signature.
And the number that you circled indicating identification
Okay.
was what number?
What you mean by that? I
Did
don't
you circle,
understand.
did you circle a number, sir?
I guess I did, sir.
I moved to admit into evidence pre-trial identification.
Okay.
Display, Judge. So, sir, you circled number 5,
Sure. Yes, sir.
and you wrote a note on there below where you circled number 5. What was that note?
Walked up beside me, like the video showed.
For the record, sir, the photograph number 5 is that the same person that you identified here in court today?
That's correct.
Same person that we see on the video?
That's correct.
At any point while you were downstairs waiting for the police to take a statement from you, did you ever see Mr. Roberts again?
No, sir.
Do you know where Mr. Roberts went after the shooting?
No, sir.
If I can have a moment. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Houston.
How you doing?
My name is Michael Little. You remember me? We've talked in the past. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you okay? You need a break? You good? No? You need a break?
Okay, it's 5 minutes after 3, we have to go in for some time. Now, we'll take a mid-afternoon break. We'll have to come back when that clock says 3. So next up, do adjourn. You may step down and don't discuss your testimonies anymore, okay?
Sorry,
You may step down, just don't discuss your testimonies anymore.
just returning exhibit 7.
Judge, can you be told these not finished yet?
You should be back in 15 minutes, okay?
Just for clarity, he's been hanging out in the DA's office, of course, he can't do that, and some question about him. I just want him to know that, so we're not being rude, we just sit here appropriately.
All right, court's in recess till 3:20.
Officer Beto, I'm sorry. That's your nickname, right?
Correct.
Beto, I apologize. I see that in some of the written materials. Mr. Houston.
That's correct.
Your friend, you were friends, I think you testified, you were friends with Mr. Roberts?
I consider him a brother.
Yes.
Yes.
And you, for several months back in 2023, before the shooting happened, you would go outside and sit out there on that stoop.
That's correct.
Okay, I call it a stoop. I'm not sure what you call it, but is that the closest thing? You lived in Patton Towers,
Correct.
lived inside the building in an apartment,
Yes.
and in order to go outside to get some air, take a break, you'd have to go outside.
Correct.
And that's where you were allowed to go and sit.
Yes.
That was like your personal balcony or patio. Maybe not
Correct.
personal, right? It's the only one you had.
Right.
Of course, there's another element there. When you're outside at Patton Towers, when you go out and you sit out there, you mentioned earlier that you had riffraff and things like that come through. You're always on alert when you go out there.
That's correct.
Okay, you're always on guard all the time whenever you're out there. As a matter of fact, prior to this, someone had threatened you about a month prior to this happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The same little spot.
Same spot. Was that because of some of the people that would approach you? Beggars sometimes approach you.
I mean, just sometimes people can tell I'm not the one to approach, but you got some people that just don't care.
Okay, and they'll approach.
Yes, sir. I try to establish me. I don't mess with nobody because you know how I move around. Not that I'm tougher than it, just how I am. This is me.
Okay.
I don't with no foolishness.
So, but on the night of September 28th, 2023, when this happened, you were sitting out there on the building. You saw that in the video earlier.
Correct.
Correct. And that's the spot that you go just about every night.
Correct.
And at some point, Mr. Roberts, you were out there with Mr. Brunette, Christopher Brunette.
No,
No.
I didn't even know he was out there.
He was there. You weren't there to talk to him, though.
No, sir.
Okay, but he was just there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at some point before the shooting took place, Mr. Roberts came out and joined you, sit down beside you.
That's correct.
Then you all engaged in. Did he bring you something? Did he bring you some food or something?
He could have that night.
Okay.
He could, but I probably left it up there. But that was our mingling spot. 10, 15, and we gone.
Okay. And Mr. Roberts was sitting on your right.
That's correct.
Okay, on your right. So most of the people that walk out there at night normally walk on the other side of the street, don't they? On the side of the sidewalk, like if they're going to the Pickle Barrel.
No, it kind of calmed down at nighttime on the sidewalk where we had, but it come and go on both sides.
Coming on both sides.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm sorry to point this out, but you have a patch on your right eye.
Correct.
Okay, and so you're blind in your right eye, Mr.
Yes.
Houston? Okay, so when you're sitting there on that stoop,
Right.
you didn't, and your head is facing toward the Pickle Barrel, you didn't see Mr. Wright approach.
No, sir.
Okay, and so you didn't see him until he was just past you and
Right.
right to on your left side.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and you said earlier, that's the first time you noticed him was when he actually passed you and was standing in front of you. And to you, he appeared all of a sudden.
To me,
Yes.
Yes.
You got close to you,
Close than he should have been.
much than it should have been. Okay.
Should have been. Right.
I think you testified earlier. You became concerned about that. You were threatened.
Very.
Very. Okay. And was it clear to you that he was drunk
Yes.
by a slur of speech?
Just, I could tell you, just by being familiar with drunk people and just he wouldn't leave out my space.
Okay.
I shouldn't have to tell him more than one time.
You told him more than one time.
That's correct.
You described him as being his appearance as being brute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it was threatening to me.
And you felt like he was trying to get tough.
That's what I said.
All right, and so earlier you testified that you said, "Get the F away." You said that earlier. Okay. Now, the evidence needs to be clear. What exactly did you tell him?
The fuck out of my face.
Okay.
Excuse
And
me.
how many times did you say that?
I can't remember. It was more than one or two times.
Okay. And show the jury how you did that. Did you do it with your voice raised, or was it just normal? Was your voice raised?
Yeah.
Show the jury how you did that.
Get the fuck out of my face.
And you said it how many
I
times?
want the people at Pittsburgh to hear me, see what's going on. See, like, these individuals in my over here, like, get on.
Do it the way you remember doing it.
Sir, get the fuck out of my face.
Okay. And did you repeat it?
Correct.
Okay. Say it.
Get the fuck out of my face, please.
Okay. You said
Sir?
that. You said that about 3 times.
Correct.
You see, earlier in your testimony when you saw the video, you said you could tell that Mr. Wright was talking.
Yes.
No, but you didn't hear a word he said.
I didn't hear that. I just
You're talking all the time.
to get out my face. And even after that, I was so distraught from that, I just didn't remove myself.
Just a moment, y'all. Earlier, I was asking you, people that approach you late at night, around 11:30 or 12, what kind of people approach you?
We'll be out there that late.
Okay.
I'm in the house.
Well, on this night, it was around 11:30. Do you remember that?
I can't remember the
Do you remember the
time.
time? Okay.
It possibly could have been a little later, but
So, as it gets later in the evening, is it a little bit different to people that come by there or may approach you that you're concerned
really
about?
don't see nobody at night. You
Usually
kind
not.
of calm down.
Okay.
The movement is like during the day it might be 85, 95%. Nighttime it might be 10 to 15%. It's very limited. People just not walking up and down like that. Unless it's a weekend and they got some events going on downtown. But that night, most nights is not heavy traffic.
But some nights, that's an exception. Some nights people,
Cool. Yes,
maybe people looking for drugs will walk up to you.
not to me, because I don't sell drugs.
But people may come by and want to.
Possibly.
Have you experienced that before?
I see a lot of stuff. I see a lot of stuff with my eyes that, extracurricular activities.
Thank you, Mr.
You welcome.
I'm sure it's difficult to testify against someone that you consider a brother.
Correct.
When you said, and I'm using your exact language,
Yes.
get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face.
Right.
What did you want Chris Wright to do?
Keep it moving. Simple as that. Keep it moving that way.
And he did keep it moving.
Eventually, sir. Yes.
Nothing further.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Mr. Hughes? Counsel Fritz. some questions that will not be asked this time, but again, you're not to speculate on the reasons why certain questions were not asked. For the record, that is my decision, so you shouldn't hold that against either party. All right, Mr. Houston, the jury has 2 questions I'm going to ask you. Okay, so I'm going to ask them. If you face the jury, when answering, please. When Mr. Roberts stood up, did you say anything to him at that time?
I couldn't get the words out. I was stuck. I simply was just stuck.
When Mr. Roberts stood up, did he say anything as he stood up?
Couldn't recall.
Can you redirect based on the jurors' questions?
Very briefly. Did you try to physically stop Mr. Roberts?
Objective leading.
It's not leading, Judge. Leading would be you reached out, didn't you? I'm not implying the answer on this.
Overruled.
It's like I couldn't get my words out. Like I tried to say something at that time and moment, but I couldn't come out.
Physically? Did
Just
you do anything?
no.
Nothing further.
We need recross based on what the jury asked.
No, you're wrong.
All right, thank you, Mr. Houston. You may sit. You may sit. John Carter, please.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as you might imagine, from time to time, we know in this particular case there are hearings that happen before the actual jury trial. Sometimes a witness will testify at a hearing but then later become unavailable for numerous reasons. The law does allow for someone's prior testimony to be presented later. If certain requirements are met. In this particular case, that is the situation. You hear testimony from Christopher Brunette that was given at a prior hearing, given some copies of the transcript that you can follow along as you hear it at the recorded testimony. The transcripts will be collected, so you will not be able to take those back with you. You want to distribute the transcripts?
Yes.
Yeah, prosecution.
I'm sorry to ask 3 questions.
Yes. Someone listening to testimony. So sometimes there are discrepancies between what actually gets typed up and what is said. So if there's any discrepancy between what you see on the paper versus what you hear is what you need to assume is the testimony, not what is written. Okay?
All right, so the state would call Christopher Brunette.
Christopher Brunette is the final.
Yes, sir.
Just wait till all the transcripts make their way.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher Brunette is the final. Electronic express.
Can you stand up, please? Can you come up on this side, please? Mr. Burnett?
Yes.
When I swore everybody under oath, did you stand up earlier and swear out and do something? Okay.
So we'll take you pull that for the record. Christian Brunette, my name. I'd like to take you back, if I could, to September the 28th of this year. Do you recall the events that took place on that day?
I know it was you.
Sure. So who were you with before that shooting?
I was sitting there with Brian Houston.
You know Mr. Houston?
Yeah, we know a couple of times.
How long have you been friends?
I think about 30 years.
Are you familiar with an individual named Tuttle?
Yeah, I know.
You know his real name?
That's the guy.
You see Tuttle in the courtroom.
Yeah,
What's he wearing?
great job.
Identification.
They said that.
Was Tuttle out there with you and Mr. Houston?
They had that on. I sat down with us.
And what did y'all do after the three of y'all were there at the stairs?
I don't know what they did. I got up. I went to the evidence. They beat myself when I came back. And I kept walking. And then I know I heard a gunshot. I didn't see what transpired. I didn't hear that. I just kept praying.
I want to flesh out the last thing you said you didn't hear nothing.
Heard a gunshot.
Sure, besides the gunshot. Did you hear any sort of an argument between an individual that Oh, actually, just draw your attention to the screen. There's an individual on the screen in a blue shirt with a pair of khaki shorts. Did you hear him or see him talking with Brian Houston
and Mr. Roberts.
No,
Did you hear any sort of name calling?
no, paper barrel, crowd, was the only thing I heard, and so that, no altercations.
Sure. Did you hear any sort of racial slur?
No hearing.
Would that stuck out in your mind?
That's all I heard.
Did you hear any kind of weapons besides the gunshot? Or any discussion of weapons?
No,
Did you hear any threats being made by anybody towards anyone?
no,
No further questions.
Mr. Brunette, my name is Mike, but I'm going to ask you a few questions. You mentioned the pickle barrel. Around that time that night, were the people on the top out there? I mean, what? You were there, you saw it, did you?
you can't see up there.
You cannot see up there?
He is, but you can't see up there.
Okay, all right, more than one person up there, more than five?
That's always correct.
Always crowded. The crowd this night? Okay. And you sit out there, did you sit out there tonight?
Just about.
Just, I'm talking out there on that sidewalk adjacent to Penn Towers.
Yes, let's see that.
Yes.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay, so you go out there for air,
Yes, let's see.
yeah, okay, supposed to be around. And how long have you known Mr. Roberts? Or do you know Mr. Roberts?
I'm not sure I know. He used to work for my mother years ago.
Okay, but while how long have you been going out and seeing him at Patton Parkway? Patton Towers?
2 times, you don't see the dollars.
Okay, you ever had any issues with him?
Huh?
Do you ever have any issues with Mr. Roberts? Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Okay, and this witness be excused? Yes, sir. All right.
Pass those transcripts down, please.
Investigator Tim Pickard.
You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Yes, sir.
What's your name, sir?
Tim Pickard.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fusion investigator and a task force officer for the U.S. Marshals Task Force in Chattanooga.
Do you work alongside or with CPD?
I do. I'm actually a Chattanooga police officer, yes.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 24 years.
And how long have you been involved in the fugitive division?
Since September of 2009.
Back on September 29th, were you tasked with locating a Darryl Roberts?
Yes.
Do you see a Darryl Roberts in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify where he is?
Yes, he's sitting in front of me.
Okay. Is that the individual you were tasked with locating?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell me how you kind of became involved in that.
We got called the following morning about a homicide that occurred downtown. So my unit responded downtown that morning. They were still on scene.
At Patton Towers?
At Patton Towers, yes, everyone is 11th
Okay.
Street.
And is that in Hamilton County, Patton Towers?
Yes, sir. it is.
Okay. Go ahead.
So my unit, the task force, we responded downtown to Patton Towers. At the time, it was unclear whether Mr. Roberts was still somewhere inside the building or not. So we responded down that morning to assist officers that were still on scene to see if he maybe still was somewhere in the building.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point he had not been located?
Yes, that's correct. He had not been located.
And is this the morning of the 29th?
Yes, this would have been 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock that morning of the 29th.
What did you do when you arrived at Patton Towers? How did you act to try and locate this individual?
So up on arrival with Patton Towers, talked to some of the homicide investigators, found out what had been done. They had searched his apartment 609 at Patton Towers, and they were currently trying to review video footage from the area, from the apartment, to see if maybe where he could have been inside the building. So we responded, interviewed some people inside the building, checked stairwells around the building, just anywhere that he possibly could, if he went back into the building where he could have. Yes.
Did you check other people's apartments?
Yes, we got consent from several people and checked several apartments, spoke to them, see if they'd seen him, and he was not located.
Did you make any other efforts to try and locate him there at Patton Towers or at a residence or apartment complex here in Hamilton County or otherwise? At that location.
Yes, I did.
And were you able, based upon that, to pursue other leads to try and locate Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
What did you do?
So arrived there with other task force officers, talked to an employee in the parking lot. He advised that
Objection, Your Honor.
Same basis.
There's no.
Sustained military offering.
No, we'll go. It's okay. After you spoke to that individual, where did you begin to look for Mr. Roberts?
Directly across the street from the liquor store is 104 North St. Mark's Avenue.
And was that based upon that conversation that you just referenced there just a second ago?
That's correct. Based on the conversation, we were pointed that direction.
Did you find him there?
No, I did not. We observed him there, but he got to the vehicle before we could get to that location.
Okay. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a white Dodge Charger.
Okay. Was he located in the, when you saw him, could you tell if he was the driver or the passenger?
He would have been the passenger of the vehicle.
You saw him, you were not able to get to him, but after you saw him and were not able to get to him, what did you do?
So we observed Mr. Roberts come out of the residence there at 104 into the passenger seat of this white Dodge Charger. Before we could get across Brandon Road and for more task force officers could get into the area, the vehicle had pulled off from the residence. The vehicle was facing away from Brandon Road, so driving away from the direction I was. The vehicle drove out North St. Mark's and made that left onto Old Mission Road. We were attempting to cross the street and follow the vehicle the best we could without, getting made. We followed the vehicle.
What does that mean, getting made?
Well, just getting made would be like letting the person drive the vehicle, let them know that you're trying to follow them, like you're turning. Yes, he was taken into custody.
Were items found with Mr. Roberts?
Yes, that's correct. There were items found with Mr. Roberts.
Did you review those items that were found with Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And one of those items, was it a cell phone?
Yes, there was a cell phone.
Okay. Well, what does that appear to be? Of course, you can open it up and do whatever you need to do to identify it. Then you get scissors.
This would be a black and red cell phone.
Okay. Is that the cell phone that you took into your custody after taking him into custody?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. That's the cell phone that was found as a result of that traffic stop along with Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I'd have that introduced as the next numbered exhibit. When you take them into custody, where do you go? Where do you go with individuals when you take them into custody, generally?
Generally, when we take people into custody, the investigator will want to have some type of interview with that individual. So,
Did you take him to Ann Nicola, y'all's police service center?
yes, sir, we did in this case.
Okay. And after that, did you have any involvement with this case?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ross,
No questions, Your Honor.
do you have any questions for Officer Baker? I think y'all.
Thank you.
James Falco.
I get tired of sitting too, so if wants to stand up and stretch this.
solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
After me, please state your name for the record.
James Belko?
That's K.O.
Yes.
What's your profession? What do you do for a living?
I'm a Chattanooga police officer, currently assigned to the digital forensic unit.
What does somebody do in the digital forensics unit?
We process anywhere from cell phones, video, computers, anything, digital drives, and stuff like that to recover the information off of those drives.
I'd like to take you back to September the 29th of 2023. On that day, were you submitted any electronic devices in connection with the matter of State versus Darryl Roberts?
Yes, I received a cell phone.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 8 to the trial. Do you recognize this cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Where have you seen it before?
It was submitted in our digital forensic lab. I took in that device and then I assigned a number to it so that I can keep track of that phone through the process.
And are those markings placed on the device itself?
Yes, sir.
I believe, if I can have the overhead projector here.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned it was placed on the device. There's a white sticker, there we go, on the front of this black and red cell phone in Exhibit 8. Is that the markings and case number that you placed on that particular item?
Yes, sir.
How does one handle a cell phone to do an extraction?
So when we yes, sir.
In Hamilton
download of a cellular device such as the cell phone submitted in this case?
So when we receive the device, of course, we assign a number to it, and then we will make sure that it's off the network where it's not communicating with any towers. We'll make sure that the Bluetooth, the Wi-Fi is turned off. We'll remove the SIM card, process that with forensic software for cellular devices, and then process the telephone.
Have you received specialized training to how to use the software that you described to
Yes, sir.
pull data off of a phone?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you use a program called Cellbrite?
I did. Yes, sir.
Is that a digital cell phone extraction program?
Yes.
Did you do that to the phone that was submitted into evidence as Exhibit 8?
Yes, sir. I did.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 9. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with this.
Yes, sir.
What is that document that you have in your hand?
This is a PDF report that was generated from the Celebrite extraction.
Does Cellbrite allow you to print off in PDF form individual portions of a much larger extraction?
Yes, sir.
Did the contents of Exhibit 9 come from Exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit it to evidence Exhibit 9.
Any objection, other what's already been said? No, Your Honor. Good enough.
Thank you. Now, sir, I want to draw your attention specifically up to the top left-hand corner. It's probably a little hard to see. Zoom in. It says participants. And the top number, it appears to be 1-423-598-1173.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some text down below that with, in parentheses, owner. In your experience handling these Cellbrite extractions, is there a significance to owner?
The owner is the device owner.
This device that was submitted, do you know the make and manufacturer?
As an Apple iPhone.
Do Apple products require you to have any kind of specialized Apple account?
Yes.
Specifically, is that something that Cellbrite can detect?
Yes.
In this case, was there any email address associated with the Apple iCloud account?
Yes, there was a pardon me, his first name, Roberts442 at gmail.com was the account associated with the Apple.
Okay. The first name of the person whose cell phone
Yes, sir.
extraction? Okay. So it was first name, last name, 422
422.
at Gmail. Moving on to the actual text messages, is there a significance to colors of various messages?
As far as with this one, it is the green.
Yeah, Council President.
Does it include data such as who sent a message to whom?
Yes.
And in this case, the blue message on the left, zoom in even further. Is there a cell phone number connected with the from category?
Yes, sir.
And what number sent that message?
1-323-228-0481 sent the message to the device owner.
With the registered iCloud account of Darryl Roberts 422 at Gmail?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, there's something else down at the bottom, right-hand corner. Okay, and it says 9/29/23, 5/26/12 p.m. UTC +0. What does that information mean?
So that is the date and the time. The UTC +0 indicates that it is the UTC time, which is where all time starts, for the lack of better terms. To calculate that into our time, we would take the UTC 0 and then, in this case, minus 4 hours.
So what time would this have been sent in Eastern time on September the 29th, 2023?
At 1:26 p.m.
In the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where would the body of the text be?
So
The actual message that's sent, the words that somebody would type.
it would be under the,
So using this message as an example, where is the actual text entered? Or where would it appear in your extraction report that you generated?
the text is here.
Okay. This next message, who's it from?
That message is from the user to, he has listed his brand and his contacts.
So from the iCloud account associated with Darryl Roberts 422 at Gmail to that brand number that we saw above?
Yes, so he's replying back to the initial message.
And what was sent at 9:29, 5:26:47 p.m., which subtracting 4 would be 1:26:47 p.m. on September the 29th by the iCloud account associated with Darryl Roberts 422 at gmail.com.
He replied, "No, bro, I need to leave here."
Message at the top. Who sent that?
That message was sent from the brand
To?
to the device owner.
And the text was,
Why, what's up?
the time would be what?
It's 1:38:45 p.m. our time.
And if that was at 1:38:45, what was the message sent at 1:39:59 on September the 29th, 2023?
I smoked someone and I need to leave for a minute until I get my head straight.
The next message at 1:52:01 p.m.
So where are you trying to go?
Sent by whom to whom?
That was sent from brand to device user.
At 1:52:01.
Again, that's from brand to the device user, how much you need.
And at 1:52:04, so 3 seconds later.
Saying, can you go stay with Gracie for a minute?
And at 1:54:46, what was the message?
That was from the device owner back to brand. I do not know I don't know, I really want to go, I don't know, I don't really want to go there. Can you send me enough for a burner phone so I can get around? Bro, I fucked up bad.
The next message at 1:48:46.
So Brand messages back the device owner, wait, I'm going to call you in 5 minutes.
1:48:47.
I'm calling you. And I called you back.
All sent by Brand.
Correct.
Finally, sir, at 2:14:27 p.m. What was the message?
It looks like a telephone number. 423-774-2961.
Sent by whom to whom?
That was sent by the device owner to Brand.
And is that all the messages in the text thread group
Yes,
between owner and Brand?
correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
No questions, John?
Would you have any questions for investigator about this? Thank you, investigator.
Thank you.
Rachel, Carney's with.
I just knew it.
truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Dr. Stephen Cogswell.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Hamilton County.
What is a medical examiner?
A medical examiner, at least in Tennessee, is a board-certified forensic pathologist who is charged with investigating deaths that are either violent, unusual, or suspicious.
What kind of training and experience, let's start with the training, do you have to allow you to do that job?
Well, all medical examiners in Tennessee are physicians first, so we all go to medical school. And then we all do a residency program in pathology. In my case, it was both anatomic and clinical pathology. Some do only anatomic pathology. So that's a 5-year program. Following that, you do a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology where you focus solely on medical examiner cases. And again, these are mostly ones that are either violent, suspicious, unusual, or basically the unnatural deaths or suspected unnatural deaths.
Do you have ongoing training to do what you do?
I do.
Do you engage in ongoing training?
Yes, both for forensic pathology and, well, as a physician, every physician has to keep their medical license up to date, which requires continuing education before each renewal, which is every 3 years.
How long have you worked in the field? How long have you worked in an office as a medical examiner?
In an office or this office?
In an office.
Almost 40 years now.
And before you were the chief medical examiner, what were you here in Hamilton County?
I was associate medical examiner. Dr. Metcalf was the chief medical examiner. He retired at the end of 2023.
Judge, at this point, I have him tendered as an expert in forensic pathology.
The ones you recognize an expert in forensic anatomical pathology.
Dr. Cogswell, we've offered the term autopsy. What is an autopsy?
It's an external and internal examination of a person who is dead with an eye toward trying to figure out not only why they're dead, but also, if we can, some of the circumstances surrounding that death. So a medical legal autopsy or a forensic autopsy would start with the death investigation, which is started basically at the scene of death, with information collected there by the medical examiner investigator, and then continues at the actual medical examiner office, which is down on Emmental Highway. And what we're doing is trying to piece together as much data as we can to put into the puzzle, if you will, of how this death came about. So most of the times the cause of death is pretty simple. The manner may be a little bit less simple, but the circumstances are really where the data that we can recover from an autopsy or gain from an autopsy comes into play. Because we're looking for not only external injuries, but also internal injury, whatever that injuring mechanism might have caused internally, and natural disease that may have contributed to death. And so we frequently will be asked to determine how long could this person have lived after they were injured? What could they have done? Could they have moved? How far could they have moved? And in that sense, sometimes the scene with, if there's blood spatter and trails of blood around, what organ or what blood vessel could that blood have come from, and what does it tell us about how they moved or what they were doing? So what we're trying to do is really generate the data that goes back toward the totality of the investigation to figure out what happened to this person.
And going back to what you said, that includes an external and internal investigation in addition to all the other things you mentioned.
Correct.
Whenever you complete an autopsy, do you memorialize your findings in a report?
I do.
Did you conduct the autopsy of Christopher Wright?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that in the way that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And did you memorialize your findings in a report?
I did.
Sir, what am I handing you here? Doctor, what am I handing you here?
This is a copy of the autopsy report that I prepared on Christopher Wright.
As part of your autopsy, as part of your examination, do you also collect samples for a toxicology report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that memorialized in a report as well?
It is. We send out our blood specimens to NMS, a national medical laboratory, forensic toxicology laboratory, who basically is the tox lab for all of the medical examiner offices in Tennessee. And their report is included within the text of, or a summation of their report, I should say, is included in the text of the autopsy report, as well as being a separate document.
And what am I handing you here, Doctor?
This is a copy of the toxicology report on Christopher Wright.
Judge, at this point, I'd introduce these as the next two numbered exhibits, the autopsy report being first and the tox report being second.
That's 10 and 11.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of it with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Judge, may I publish? Yes, sir. Okay. You received Mr. Wright's body after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you conducted the autopsy like you articulated, right?
Yes.
This is your autopsy report right back here. I just want to go over just the general sections of it. Right here on top, is that just some general demographic information?
It is. We have here all of our what we would call secondary results. Those are not contributory to death, but they are a finding that came up during autopsy. So basically, this is just a recitation of everything that I found that was not normal or natural during the course of the autopsy.
Before we get down here, below that to evidence of injury, you mentioned a pretty thorough external and internal examination. Are all of your particular findings, are they outlined on the remaining pages of your report?
They are.
And that, you talk up here on page 3, the condition of the lungs, the spleen, the endocrine system, all of that is there for the jury. But the conclusions, Doctor, they're pretty much here in the autopsy findings. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. That's basically why an autopsy report is written the way it's written, so that essentially you can skip to the important things right up front, and everything that's not listed right up front is basically normal or not unusual. We call it unremarkable. So initially you'll have the diagnoses up front here, and then the important part in a trauma case would be the injuries, and so that section comes next. And after that, we go to the recitation, if you will, of what the internal organs look like. And that's typically, unless specified, it's going to be what I would expect to see in someone of that age and sex.
Doctor, what were your findings when you conducted this autopsy? What were the important findings?
Well, the important finding is this gunshot wound of the head. And you'll see that it says intermediate range and penetrating gunshot wound to the head. And what we mean by that in the forensic world is the range of fire, that is from the muzzle of the gun to the body, is intermediate range. And ranges of fire are classified as either contact range, where the muzzle of the gun is actually in contact with the body, close range, which is out to about a foot or so, intermediate range, which is from a foot out to sometimes 3 or 4 feet, depending on the actual range, which is from a foot out to sometimes 3 or 4 feet, depending on the actual shape of the gunpowder granules, and undetermined range. And the reason we have an undetermined range is that we're doing the range of fire based on what comes out of the muzzle of the gun other than the bullet. When you fire a gun, there's a flash of the muzzle flash, and that's fire, and it will char the skin if it's very close to the skin. If you're actually touching the muzzle to the skin, you may actually see the shape of the muzzle of the gun abraded into the skin, what we would call a muzzle imprint. If we back up past that, past the contact range to the close range, what we have is gunpowder and soot. And if we see gunpowder and soot, we're within about a foot of from the muzzle to the body, because soot is basically just smoke. And being very lightweight, it doesn't travel very far. A foot is about it. If we go back even farther, we get to the intermediate range. And here, we don't have any more flame, we don't have any more soot. Now all we have is the gunpowder. And most of the gunpowder that's in a cartridge case, when the gun is fired, doesn't actually burn up. A lot of it comes out of the muzzle of the gun, or pinpoint abrasions in the skin that we call stippling. And the closer you are, the more dense that pattern will be, and the smaller diameter that pattern will be. If you think about firing a shotgun with pellets, the pellets spread out as they get farther away. Well, the powder does exactly the same thing. It comes out of the muzzle of the gun very compact, and it starts to spread as it gets farther away. So based on the diameter of the pattern and the density of that pattern, then we can make a sort of an educated guess as to range of fire. If we really want to tighten that down, sometimes you can take that firearm with that particular lot of ammunition, and you can get a very exact range of fire by doing test firing. But if you don't have that gun or that ammunition, you basically have to say it's within this range. And if we go back farther than that, where the powder now falls away, then we're in the undetermined range. And we call it undetermined because without knowing that there is nothing between the gun and the person, there could be clothing, there could be an intermediate target, it could even be another person, because all we're looking at is basically a bullet hole in the skin. So we don't have any of that powder or soot to give us a distance determination. So that's what range of fire is. So in this case, we're in the intermediate range of fire, which would be something greater than a foot and something less than 3 or 4 feet. Penetrating is when the bullet goes into the body but does not come out of the body. If it came out of the body, we would have a perforating gunshot wound. That is, the bullet perforates the body, goes in, and then comes out. Penetrating, it just goes in and stops inside the body. So you would expect a bullet to be recovered, and indeed it was. So the entrance of that gunshot wound is the left central forehead. So we have the center of the forehead, and it's just off to the left. And the resulting injuries are multiple skull fractures, brain lacerations, which we get into more detail down here, and we have a medium caliber jacketed hollow point bullet recovered from the brain. So when we say medium caliber, we're looking at the 38, 357, 9mm family. Large caliber would be things like 44s, 45s. Small caliber would be 22s, 25s, 32s. That's basically a grouping as opposed to a specific diameter. And then the bullet pathway, and that pathway we describe in what's called standard anatomic position. And standard anatomic position is if you imagine a person standing upright facing you, arms down to the side, palms forward. And the pathway is based on that position because obviously we can move, we can bend, we can twist, we could be on the ground, we could be standing, we could be sitting. But if we standardize those pathway directions, then anybody could look at that and determine, okay, this is the way the bullet is going in the body. If we take that body or that person and put them into various scenarios, we can then get an idea of, is this a plausible pathway for this bullet? Could it happen this way? So that's the reason you've got all of these descriptors in here. So it's going back, down, and a little bit to the right. This is based on Mr. Wright's actual body. If he were standing there, it would be going to his right, not our right, as we're looking at it.
This this stippling that you talked about, it essentially allows you to tell from an educated guess how far away the firearm was when it was discharged.
That's correct.
Did you? I want to show you a picture briefly. Did you photograph and memorialize the stippling that was found on Mr. Wright in order for you to make such a determination?
I did.
What am I handing you there, Doctor?
This is a copy of a photograph that was taken at the time of autopsy showing where the entrance wound is on Mr. Wright's head and the pattern of stippling around that entrance gunshot wound.
There's a box there in the center that shows the actual entrance wound. Has that been added?
It has.
Okay. Judge, I had this introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
Exhibit 12.
I'm going to put this photograph up briefly, just to ask you a couple questions, Doctor. This is 12. This is a graphic photo. Doctor, is that the photograph that you took of Mr. Wright?
It is.
Okay. You described stippling. Obviously, there's issues in that picture. Is that the stippling that you're talking about?
It is. What we're seeing here with stippling, again, these are small abrasions. People say powder burns, but it's not actually a burn. It's actually an abrasion. And here we have where the entrance defect, the hole actually is. And you can see there's some skin splitting coming out here and here and here. But surrounding this, the whole pattern around here, again, if you can imagine all these little granules of powder flying out pretty quickly at about 1,000 feet per second roughly and impacting the skin, these are going to cause these little abrasions. And this dense pattern of very uniform, very regular fragments of powder, or the stippling pattern, is typical for what's called ball powder, and it's actually in the shape of little tiny balls. And these tend to be very small and very dense. They pack very tightly in the cartridge case. And so there's a lot of these granules of powder, which is why we have this very great density of gunpowder stippling. In contrast to that, for example, flake powder, flake gunpowder is little flakes. It looks like pieces of paper, or sometimes in irregular shapes, but in any case, they're flat. Well, they're not quite as dense as the ball powder, so the pattern is going to be more like what we're seeing on the very margins. It's going to be a lot looser. So with ball powder stippling, we not only have a lot of density, but we have this confluent area where we actually have abraded away all of the skin surface, and now what we're seeing is the what we call the dermis, the area underneath the skin. And with this very tight pattern, the total diameter is, I think, 2 1/4 inches. I think it's 1 1/8 inch radius. That tells us, okay, we're talking only a couple of feet here, because if we're out at the far edge, ball powder will travel about 4 feet. We're going to start to see a pattern that's significantly larger. And again, if we had that gun, that ammunition, we could be a lot more specific about how far away that's going to be, because we don't know how much powder was in that particular cartridge. And we also don't know whether we're dealing with a short barrel, long barrel firearm or not. But this range of fire is approximately 2 feet or so. We don't have soot, so we know we're past that foot range, but we also don't have a large diameter pattern. So we're pretty close to that foot range. So the most reliable estimate is going to be about 2 feet.
I'm going to take this photograph down now. And that was Exhibit 12. Doctor, was there any chance of Chris Wright surviving that gunshot?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, when the bullet penetrated through his brain, it actually went pretty much through the middle of his brain, as you would expect from it being located pretty centrally on his forehead. And so both cerebral hemispheres are actually being damaged, and the bullet ends up going all the way to the back and fracturing the skull surrounding it and surrounding the brain and causing what's called morcellation, or basically chopping up, if you will, of the front part of the brain. Now, if there was control, if this was done in surgery, it would basically be a frontal lobotomy with just that area. But unfortunately, the bullet kept going all the way to the back of the brain, and that's where it was recovered. So we're lacerating not only one hemisphere, but both hemispheres where they come together, and the bullet damaging both parts of his, or both hemispheres of his brain.
You mentioned earlier, you kind of do this investigation to see if somebody could have survived for a portion of time, or could they have moved. An individual with this type of injury, how quickly would they die? Would they be alive for any portion of time? Is this an instant death? What is it?
It's about as close to an instantaneous death as it's going to be possible to do. Collapse is going to occur virtually instantly because you're damaging all parts of the brain. If you were only to damage one small part of the brain, say for example, on a glancing shot, that might not cause immediate unconsciousness. This is going to cause collapse and unconsciousness right away, with death following a few seconds later.
Just to mention it down here, your other findings. Can you tell the jury what these are?
Well, the hypertrophic cardiomegaly is basically a medical term of saying his heart's a little big. Normal heart weight for men of his size should be about 350 grams. In this case, his heart weight was 433 grams. So it's a little big, it's a little thick. We'll see that in athletes and folks with hypertension who are not athletes. They'll have big hearts. In addition to that, we also have a little bit of coronary atherosclerosis, that is coronary artery disease of a mild degree. So it's not enough to cause him to have chest pain or be at significant risk for a heart attack, etc. So other than that, he's in very good state of health. He does have a little bit of heart disease, probably genetic, but at his age, at the time of death, it was not going to be causing any problems.
Before we get to the lab, you mentioned earlier you send specimens off for toxicology.
Correct.
Right, and but you also do a little bit of that at your own office. Is that fair? You take a urine sample?
Well, yes, we test urine at the time of autopsy in virtually every case that we have, whether we actually autopsy them or not. And it's the same urine specimen cup that is used in the drug court here in this building. And we do that on purpose for exactly that same reason. And it gives us classes of drugs, and it tells us whether that urine is positive for that drug or not. It doesn't tell us anything about how much drug is in there, but it's simply a screening test. And in screening tests medically, there's a difference between a screen and an actual test that is specific. So a screening test will accept, by definition, a lot of false negative or false positives in order to avoid a false negative. For example, if you're testing a bunch of children for measles, and you give them a screening test, you want to pick up every child that has measles. And in order to make sure you pick up every child that has measles, you're willing to accept that some of these children who show positive don't actually have measles. And we can rule that out later, but we want to look at all of it. We don't want to miss any child who might have measles. That's what screening tests are for. So, and that's what we're doing here with the urine drug screening, is we're looking at broad categories of drugs. There's only about a dozen drugs that we're testing for: fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, THC, alcohol, benzodiazepines, the broad categories. But we don't know anything about the quantity of drug, and it's only in urine. So we always say what we're looking at is what they did yesterday on a screen. So it may be a false positive, or it may be a cross reaction, because this being a screening test can have cross reactivity. And so the screening test is exactly that. It's just a screening test. We don't really use that as any kind of diagnostic thing, because we're going to draw blood. And that blood is going to tell us what drugs did you have in your system at the time you died, not yesterday, and how much of that drug did you have in your system. So the screen is kind of a tool used to help guide what testing we're going to order, whether it's going to be a simple screen or a more involved screen, or sometimes even a lot of involved screening. So that's basically what our urine drug screens are doing, but we rely only on the blood drug testing with quantifications.
And on this one, your toxicology of the screen, the thing of interest here, of course, toxicology.
Correct.
Let me ask you about the amphetamine. Amphetamine is not methamphetamine. Is that fair?
That's correct. Our urine drug screen does differentiate between amphetamine and methamphetamine. And amphetamine, that's Adderall, is the most common prescription drug. There are other drugs that have amphetamine or are made with amphetamine. And again, there are some cross-reacting drugs or compounds, and it's a screen, so it could be a false positive, it might not be. What we do know, though, is at the time of Christopher Wright's death, he had no drugs, and that's in our blood drug screen does look for amphetamine as well as methamphetamine, fentanyl, cocaine, all these other drugs. But he did have a blood alcohol of 201, which translated into something we can all understand would be a blood alcohol of 0.2. And for reference, the legal limit for driving a car is 0.08. So it's approximately 2.5 times the legal limit. For driving a car.
And that confirmation, the NMS report, is that here what we send a blood sample off as opposed to your screening is a urine sample, right?
Correct. We do the urine screen right there at the autopsy table. We get those results in a matter of minutes. The blood has to be sent off, and we won't get those results for a couple of weeks. If it's more complex and there's a lot of drugs, and they all have to be quantitated, it may be as long as a month or even 6 weeks before we would get our toxicology testing back.
And you did, and the results were what you just articulated. Blood alcohol concentration, 0.201.
Correct.
Right. You mentioned earlier about this this projectile, which I think some people think is a bullet, but
It is a bullet.
Yeah. It was recovered from inside of Mr. Wright's head. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Does that tell you anything that a bullet would not go through someone's head?
It depends more on the design of the bullet than it does on either the gun or the cartridge that's being fired. For example, a relatively low-powered cartridge, if the bullet is designed to not fragment, not expand, not use up its momentum and energy in deforming itself, may perforate, that is, go in and go out of someone's head, whereas a bullet from a supposedly more, or actually more powerful firearm, if it's designed to expand and even fragment, it's using up all of its momentum and energy in deforming itself. And so therefore it doesn't have as much momentum and energy to make its way out. In addition, if it's deformed, it has a much larger surface area, and so it's got to push harder to get through muscle and tissue and skull particularly. So non-deforming bullets tend to penetrate significantly more deeply than deforming bullets. So if we have an identical cartridge, let's say 38 special or 9mm, and we load it with two different bullet designs of exactly the same weight, the bullet that does not expand is going to penetrate more deeply than the bullet that does expand. Because the one that expands is now a big fat bullet, or it's bleeding off some of its weight, which is momentum, which goes to penetration. So an expanding bullet that doesn't perforate, that doesn't leave the head, is not particularly surprising. A non-expanding bullet that stays inside would argue for a much lower powered cartridge. But in this case, we have an expanding design bullet. So the fact that it doesn't actually exit the head doesn't really tell us that much about low power or high power.
Do you know what I'm handing you here? Can you identify that?
This appears to be Chattanooga PD's envelope containing the bullet envelope that describes that it came from our office, so I would assume this actually has the envelope that I prepared with the bullet in it. But I did not prepare this envelope.
I understand. Judge, I asked to introduce this as the next numbered exhibit. It is described as projectile from head. It's 13. Judge, 1 second, please. Thank you, Dr. Coswell.
Council First.
Dr. Cogswell, good to see you again.
You too, sir.
Just very few questions. In your report, you kind of go through many of the bodily systems. Not a great term, but you get to it. First, you talk about his neck, and then his heart and his lungs. What would you call those sections, or how would you describe that part of your report?
Those would be part of the internal examination, and we group these in different ways depending on the pathologist and their training. Most folks, though, would do it in the same way that I do it. You take your heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and weigh and describe each of those organs. I tend to start at the top of the head and work my way down.
Okay. And you talked on direct a little bit more about the heart, well, obviously the brain, but then you talked about the heart too, but it was a finding with the heart. That it was larger than maybe it should be for someone his size and age. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Would that have limited him in any way physically?
Eventually, probably to some degree, but at this young age and with this relative minor increase in size and the size of the heart and the coronary disease, which was pretty mild, I wouldn't expect it to limit him in any way. He probably didn't even know he had that, quite frankly.
So on down the next section or lungs, you weigh them. It says the pleural surfaces have mild anthracosis. I may have butchered that.
No, actually, you said it exactly correctly. Anthracosis is the carbon pigment that we get in our lungs, basically either from smoking or from just living in a city. And if you live out on a farm somewhere where there's no burning wood stove or anything like that, you're liable to have very little anthracosis. Children have almost none. If you smoke a lot, you'll have a lot of anthracosis. But just living in the city, we're going to get a little bit of anthracosis. All of us sitting here in this room have at least mild anthracosis just by the fact of we're adults now. And we breathed in a lot of air that isn't exactly the most pure air.
And so when I saw that in my completely untrained, my wife is a nurse, but I know next to nothing. She tells me things, and I pretend to listen. But I think of COPD when I see big words like that in a lung section. What is COPD?
COPD is literally chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And chronic, it lasts for a long time. It's obstructive, that is, you can't get air out, and it's pulmonary disease. This is what we typically would see in smokers. smokers. Almost everybody with the diagnosis of COPD is a smoker. And conversely, almost every smoker will end up getting COPD. It's sort of an umbrella diagnosis, if you will, because there are COPDs that do not result from smoking. There's COPDs that do have emphysema, others that do not. So the terms are not exactly interchangeable. But in his case, he doesn't have any emphysema, no COPD, so he's got just what I would call normal lungs for his age.
All right, and so again, like his heart, none of that would affect his ability to perform physical tasks.
Correct.
And in fact, in all of his systems, would it be fair to say that he's in relatively good health?
It is quite fair to say that, yes.
Let's mention, just for 1 second, we talked about amphetamines just a little bit. And when I came out and spoke to you before, and in hearing your direct testimony, one fact that struck me was this idea of what's in a person's urine is evidence of what might have been in their blood earlier.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so if you do a qualitative test on their urine, you're really just looking for positive or negative at that point, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And in this case, that test was positive.
It was.
And so you then, or another lab, then did a quantitative test on his blood for amphetamines, and that was negative.
Correct.
And what is the cutoff? What is the amount of amphetamines that would result in a negative test? Qualitative negative.
Qualitative test?
Quantitative negative test.
Yes. There you have me. I'll have to look at the actual report itself. If we can pull the NMS Tox report. If we look on, this would be the second page, amphetamines as a class of drugs, the reporting limit is 20 nanograms per milliliter. And to put that in perspective, a typical therapeutic range of someone who's on Adderall is going to be probably around 10 times that. And when we say reporting limit, that's the lowest limit that can be reliably detected. And so if it's below that, and what they're looking at is basically peaks that come off on a rolling piece of paper. So the piece of paper comes out and it has hash lines on it for different times, and there will be peaks where different chemical compounds come off. And based on the time that they come off, that tells you what compound it is. And the height of the peak tells you how much of that compound it is. So conceptually, it's really pretty simple. But if we see amphetamine, or I should say if the laboratory sees amphetamine or a peak at the amphetamine time, then that has to be confirmed by a second procedure, a different procedure. That's the quality control part. And then it has to be quantitated. Using both procedures, they both have to come up with the same number. So that's where we get the results, the toxicology results. So 20 nanograms per milliliter. A milliliter is 1,000 of a liter. A liter is a quart, so 1,000 of a quart. A nanogram is one millionth of a gram. And there are 450 grams in a pound. So we're talking extremely small amounts of substance in the blood. But that's what toxicology is. We're looking for very, very small things in a very large amount of specimen blood.
And just so I'm clear on the quantitative test, or a negative result means there could be a value of 0 and between 0 and that lower reporting limit.
Between 0 and 20, that's correct, because anything below that is what's considered noise. So that line across the base of it is not a rigid line, there's always a little bit of wiggle in that. And so the lowest level, the reporting limit, is the lowest one that can be reliably reported.
And so, hopefully the last question, for lay people like me, the idea that a person has a positive urine screen for amphetamines and a negative blood screen for amphetamines would be consistent with some former use, but not use on the day of the blood draw.
Could be consistent, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You redirect.
Yeah.
Jury, have any questions for Dr. Cockrell? All right, thank you, Dr. Cockrell. Good seeing you.
Thank you, sir.
John Carter's with us. Please remember the court's admonition. As you know, this is a case where there's been a lot of media out there, and so you must take great effort to not let yourself be exposed to anything that's been published out there online. You cannot let anyone talk to you about it, as well as the other admonitions. So with that, we're going to start again like we did today. If you get here about 9:15, we'll try to get back in the trial at 9:30. Back in it. Any matters from you decide before we adjourn for the evening?
Not this day.
All right. Court's in recess tonight.